Alright, here I am again. Playing the third episode. Apparently I'm in the middle of this game. Well, definitely in the middle of the middle episode. There's 5 of them. Let me continue. First of all, check the sound, test. Okay, sound is working. This mouse goes here. Alright. Here. Oh. There. Okay. Oh, this room. It's been too long. Hasn't changed in the slightest though. And it's been 6 months, hasn't it? It's a long time for things to stay so familiar. I don't know when you might return, and I wanted everything to be as you left it. But it has been some 6 months, it's true. So, is your father alright, Susie? What happened? My father? Yes, Professor Mikatoba. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why you went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received saying he'd fallen ill with a very high fever for some unknown reason. That's right. So I was surprised to learn you'll be coming back so soon. Surprised, but happy. Hello, Daytona. You want this game? Wonder, it's not the last installation of this series, right? There was something that was released already recently. Going pretty good, I believe. Just reading non-stop. Non-stop reading, that's it. I think I wrote about it in my letter to you, that it was all a trick. My father is in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that. Well, we're all delighted to have you back. It was quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. It's because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium. International Forensic? That's the same symposium what Strongheart mentioned. Anyway, I arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Aris. You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan. Yes, of course, I shall. And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in a letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About you know who? About Kazuma. I know. I'll tell you all that I can. Maybe it will be worthless to present anything to you. Just continue conversation. So, what about Kazuma? My friend Ray Stroud, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett, said something very strange. I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on in that visiting student's fate. Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll never... Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later, I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-sama. And what do you learn? After he died, on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unleaded at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there. Should have been? Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. It just disappeared. What? Kazuma's body vanished? Our government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. Except Kazuma-sama isn't there. Did Professor Mikotoba know about this? Yes, it would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak. I just don't believe it. I'm under this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden. Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the SS Buria were definitely strange. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? Did he really die? Wait a second, I always question it, why he died. It was very strange. Still alive? Could it be? Could it be that he's actually still alive? Stop, Mr. Naruhodo, it's too much to bear. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Just thinking about the possibility pains me so very much. Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Holmes was there, wasn't he? And he definitely examined the body and remembered clearly. Except he lied. You're right. So if Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean that Mr. Holmes had lied to us. Exactly my words. Yes. But there's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing. No reason? Well, it's a national reason. He's hiding so much, especially about this Baskerville hound. I suppose it's true, yes. The idea is that he might still be alive somewhere. It wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it, because if it turned out not to be true, then I'll be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. Terrified of what that might do to me. Miss Susato. I know she's given the idea the thought it deserves. It's Susato-san we're talking about after all. So probably shouldn't push it now. Celebrate. The woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. The murder of Dr. John H. Watson. Yes, Giselle Bird. That's a name I won't forget for as long as I live. The extraordinary thing is, though, since it's a name we should all forget. Sorry? Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an English woman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist. Didn't exist, but how can that be? It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin. And she wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front. A front? Who on earth was she then? Miss Asian? Her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about you. Nobody knows why or even how she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery. But that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. What could the woman have been up to? I'm afraid I really don't know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand. And now she had been killed. While all the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered. Afraid so. Shin. Who on earth was she? And why do I feel it so? I've heard that name before somewhere. Shin? I don't remember. Lord Strongheart mentioned something about that symposium too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend. Yes, and from Japan my father and Judge Jigoku have been invited. It's something of an honor, I believe. Well, Professor Mikotoba is a very known expert in forensic medicine in our country after all. But who is the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say? Yes, His Excellency Judge Seishiro Jikoku. You've met him, Mr. Naruhodo, last year in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten. The terrible trials of yours when you were accused of murder. Oh, yes, I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days. Well, it was Judge Jigoku who presided over the trial. If I'm perfectly honest, I'll be happy never to see that man's face again in my life. Well, anyway, as father was invited to the symposium, he agreed to me returning to Britain too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end he agreed to me going on ahead. As about the symposium, it seems that as though Lord Strongheart has put in an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important. I believe it is, yes. As I understand, Lord Strongheart organized the entire event himself. I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General. He was seeing your position in the British justice system. He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what father said anyway. Apparently it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition. Does Professor Mikotoba know Lord Strongheart personally, then I wonder? Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech all about this very subject only yesterday. But I sort of lost the will to leave early on and didn't really listen to much of it. I'll try for you. When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'll never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely. The awful trial? Oh yeah, was the murder of Giselle Brett. Oh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you see them? Well, yes. Since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Oh, amazing, I wish I'd see it. Don't you, Rono? Yes, I suppose so. I want to play it being alone now. Could wear a false mustache, maybe. Don't think any mustache could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. Well, she can pretend that she is a dwarf. There's something else I've been wanted to ask you, Miss Susato. I mean, the real dwarf. For some reason in English, dwarf is something like negative, like real human, but dwarf is fantasy creature. She looks like one. Should I use something like the gnome? I don't really know. You need to think about this. Something else I've been wanting to ask you, Miss Susato. It's about the real reason why Professor Mikotoba summoned you back to Japan. Sent in a letter has something to do with that convict's loot we found at Mr. Natsume's lodging. That's right. The very large dog collar we found with a bee emblem on it. Since Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain. Understands that when father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet. Could that be then? was keen to Britain himself, of course, to study. That's some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time, but if he refused to tell me what it was, then I tend to find the answers for myself. And I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. Oh, Susie. It's a very meaningful look, Susato-san's giving eyes there. And that's kinda all. About this paper, Miss Susato. Yes, it's all about the great exhibition. I've been dreaming about it, you know? Sorry that you were going to miss it when you were called back to Japan. So was I? Felt desperately unlucky. But here I am, back in London while it's underway. It's a dream come true. I'm not as unlucky as you, Sonsa. Must you help Professor Herbrain out of this terrible situation? We should all explore it together. Because we must invite the professor's good friend, Lord 1-6 as well. Like might not stretch that far. Okay, let's try to... Wait a second, I cannot move! Looks like I need to press on everything. You're still taking good care of that embrance, I see. I'm so pleased. Well, yes, it feels like I wouldn't be me without it now, to be honest. Oh, there seems to be a thread coming loose just there, look. I'll be only too happy to mend it for you, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you. Let's have grabbed it against something again. I'm always doing that. Then take better care of it, please. It's all going so well. Till I ruin it. So, do you see this? Okay, looks like it's nothing. Nothing particularly useful comes to mind at all. Sorry, I'm not sure what I was expecting really. Of course, let's show this. This was used to shoot down the balloon, wasn't it? Yes, with a flaming arrow, it's quite a formidable weapon. I'm quite accomplished with a long bow myself, you know. No, really? If you were to balance an apple on your head, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm quite confident I could hit it from a good 50 meters away. Quite confident, you say? Does the apple necessarily have to be on my head? Okay, that's a useless item. Can I move now? Maybe not. What else should I show? What about this? Still not? And still not. Well, not so much items left. The last one. Alright, maybe now I can move. Maybe I should examine something. Oh yeah, of course, you. Must be about a year ago now. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. It's about one of Homeschool's greatest exploits. I called it The Hunt of the Baskervilles. But then Mr. Holmes forbade you from publishing it, and put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it. So nobody knows anything about it apart from Homeschool and I. And for some reason, we knew the title of it, didn't you, Susan? Sounds so exciting, The Hunt of the Baskervilles. Should love to read it. And you wouldn't tell me how you'd come to know it. Yes, but I made you a promise that I would explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time. I'm only sorry I've had to keep it from you for so long, Iris. It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study and I saw something on his writing desk. A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. I read, "The Hound of the Baskervilles." What? A Baskerville story? Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time, but Father came in and... Susato, what are you doing? Father? Did you look at those papers? No, I simply read the labels, that's all. Well, put it out of your mind. Sorry? Forget that you ever saw it. Certainly don't tell anybody else about it. Do you understand? But what was Iris' manuscript doing in Japan? I have no idea. But when I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Holmes' exploits. By the way, Mr. Holmes and double S at the end. Usually you should not put the last S, isn't it? I always thought like this, but now I'm not sure. When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions, and there was no sign of the big box in his office. That's really all I know about it. No doubt that Father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. Made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. I've committed every detail about the case to memory. And Aris has told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well. So you're fully abreast of the situation already, Miss Susato. How the wax figure related to this case? I don't know. I expected nothing less, to be honest. I would think your sport of call should be to investigate this Mr. Draper, the engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick. Yes, an engineer of sorts, but the sound of it well known in the fields of science and magic. Then we need to go and arrest him? Well, yes. We must know the truth behind this case, so I agree we really do need to find the man. It sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down. Which is a job for the police, or a great detective. Supposed to guess who she might be thinking of? We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think. Good idea. Well, best of luck then. Should it come in today? Going to Brixton Road shortly to the herb market. But let me know later how you got on, won't you? It was a little abrupt. The pull of the herb markets must be strong. What to do? Do you know? I honestly thought I might never have an opportunity to return to Great Britain. And certainly not so soon. It's funny, for the past 6 months I haven't been able to work in court. Meanwhile, you've been raising a storm the Supreme Court of Judicature back in Japan. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, I might have been dressed as a man, but it was a very reserved performance. So what your father said in his letter about Ryutaro takedown is reserved? Well, anyway, I'm back here in this great capital now, and ready to assist you again in any way I can. Thank you, Miss Susato. It's my pleasure, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay. The new location. Definitely need to go to this new location. And wait a second, what is this new location? Okay, whole suit. Master's office. Prison. Suitor office not available. Experimentation cell. Madame Tuspel. Actually, if you name boss Rosa. Rosaic. Oh my god, I don't remember. But definitely starting from Rosa. And stress on the first O because it's double O, Rosa. Rosaic, maybe. I don't care. Rosa and Rosa. But let's go here. Oh my, no one is called the House of Horrors. I have to turn on my heels and go straight home via the confectionery. This girl makes you crave sweets? Can understand that. Was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but there's no sign of Mr. Holmes anywhere. That's strange. He should be here investigating the abduction of the wax work. Oh, well, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. Okay, so right now there's nothing to do. Can I examine this machine? What the heck is this? I had no idea there were so many people in the world. I know what you mean. It's really packed here today. It feels as though it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowds to this point. Has it? Shut my brain down so I didn't really notice, to be honest. Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruhodo. There you are. I had a feeling you lot would slow your marks before long. Inspector Gregson, I see you hard at work as usual. Warm greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since last we met. It's with all the ceremony. Just saw each other in court this morning. Not you, Sunshine, that gentle woman, so loyally at your side. Why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice. Might be a bit drunk around the edge, but he's still a proper English gentleman. At heart, I suppose. As you probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene some more. Right, well, that's the young trainee's domain. Hi, get over here, Jenna. She seems to be busy playing with a puppy, probably giving it a traditional East End training. Jenna? She's a police officer now? Amazing, isn't it? She's a good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place, anyway. She's got the detection bug, if you ask me. Yep, I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely. What do you mean? Being transferred. It's time for me to say doubly to London. Oh, no, really? It's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. We're going to be posted then. Time to see how you're getting along. Not likely, but you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is. To France? I'll be working in the Paris Police Prefecture. Should be right up my alley. But France? It's an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there? That's the way the adults world works, Sunshine. Now don't go poking your nose in where it's not wanted. I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go. What? You are taking Gina to Paris? Well, I can't leave you here in London. Who knows what become of her? I suppose he's worried she'd slip back into slipping her hands into people's pockets and purses. I don't think he's worried about your pickpocketing, Mr. Naruhodo. I think he's worried about the Reaper. Of course. So that's playing on Inspector Gregson mind too, is it? Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina, so don't go blabbing. You heard me? No, of course not. Gotta keep that diving diva safe and sound until all this is over, at least. Oh, did you just call me a blooming diving diva again? So you heard that, did you? Right, well, any questions about the scene, you can put them to my capable detective diva here. Alright, heard the boss. Inspector Lester's in charge, you know. So it's better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. So, Gina, you got a new dog, have you? Yeah, great. Toby, his name. So, the dog and her name definitely from Sherlock Holmes novels. It was Inspector Lester and his dog Toby, which actually, as I remember, died because of poison. Don't really remember. Oh, delightful. He's absolutely adorable. Yes, a dog does seem lovely. Maybe it was just in some adaptation, not in the book. But then not so lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest. Where did you find that little mom then, Gina? Don't be so flaming roots, Odo. It's like overreaction, don't you think? And no mats, alright? Toby's, how did they put it? Oh yeah, a bonafide detective. Sorry. I've given him a proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby to you. Seeing that Inspector Gregson is here. So he's a police dog, is he? The police recruit dogs now? Heard that they're already being used officially in Germany as part of their city policy. Used for chasing criminals and such like, so I have a wonderful sense of smell after all. A very good sense of smell myself as it happens. I can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't. That's nothing compared to this little fella, Hodo. Oh really? Going to what the boss said. Once Toby. He's got a good sniff maybe of your drovers. You could chase that scent to the other side of the world. What? To the other side of the world? You mean you can swim? Mr. Naruhodo, I think you may have missed the point. There was a white margin. Just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill. Tell you, although there's gonna be more and more dogs doing their beat for the police in the future. Yes, I agree. Right, one of these days I'll be barking orders at us lot, not the other way around. Yeah. Sorry, Gina, I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much. Well, anyway, whatever you think about that Toby here is Britain's first police dog. Found him down the East End the other day. Someone had just chucked him out on the street. There you go, and you should lifted him from somewhere. Oh, Jenna, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals. That's good. When it had a right laugh. It was a new one on me that. No being in courts and not spending the whole time worrying I'm about to be found out. You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all your previous card appearances, didn't you? Yeah, and almost made things hard for me every single time and all. Just do my job, you know? But watching someone else get it in the neck is a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when you showed the Dodge Professor's Dodge experiment was a total fix. Dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruhodo's client. Yes, I'm starting to wish he wasn't so. It's a boss I feel sorry for, sent off to do the impossible. What do you mean? He's supposed to raise that article, aren't he? And in time for tomorrow and all. You know, the dodgy engineer. What's his name again? Mr. Drebber, I mean? Enoch Drebber? That's the one, yeah. So the police are looking for this mysterious man with a black monocle. I guess they would be. It's putting too much on the boss, if you ask me. Says it's giving him gut egg. Oh there, but I do wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food. So Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Drebber. I wonder if they had any luck. He's really funny looking, got 2 eyes, but don't much. Stole like glimpse of a picture of him earlier. I mean, I didn't actually pinch it or nothing. The old devil's got it. Sorry, who? You know, that Skull Reaper. It's always lugging down glasses of that blood red plunk. Kuluk01's. He's always had it in me for me, that cove. Don't know what he's always going about, mind. Probably always been a pretty good boss, as it goes. Started to be the Reaper's apprentice, the detective's training. The way I see it, if the choice is between a cheap ghastly detective and a challenge-clucking demigod, you equally badly off this boss. I suppose you're right. I hadn't thought of it like that, but he puts it onto bed. Anyway, the point is, everyone at the yards that's set on finding the fishy engineer. There don't seem to be no clues to go on, so they stuck. Is nothing that can lead us to Drebber at all? Gina, we were actually hoping that we could investigate the stand again. Yeah, alright, if it's around here, you can do what you like. That's alright, is it? I'm gonna be playing with my new friend here. Yes, Toby. The machine that exploded must be at the top of those stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind... So we can go up there, Susan. It's like I told Oda yesterday, even I aren't allowed near the track. It's cold again. The reason we aren't supposed to touch it, the special dispensation for scientific agreement act? Is that what you were thinking of? That's the one. That's why only them, bots, are allowed to investigate it. What's it called again? The forensic something. The forensic investigation team. Is that what you were thinking of? That's the one, yeah. Isn't it the case that the special dispensation has been lifted? I think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with you. You're still supposed to get permission from some bigwig or other, as far as I know. What's his name again? Lord Strange something? I'm sure that's quite right, you know. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps. This one, yeah, apparently he's always watching the time or something. So without Lord Strongheart's express permission, we can investigate on the stage. Okay. What's the heck with this picture? What's the line so bad? In this place. Stitch up there is where the experiment was set up. It's very high, isn't it? About 30 feet, I believe. Or 9 meters if you prefer. Craning your neck to see up to it starts to hurt after a while, doesn't it? Yes, we need to get up there and look around properly. Also, if I'm honest, climbing all those stairs makes my chest hurt. Fair. So perhaps you should exercise more, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay, we must go to stronghold. And who is this? Who's that standing beside Long Stronghold? I wonder. Never seen him before. Oh, the young champion of the court. Had some success this morning, I understand. And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result. Because of Professor Hernsbrain's experiment? Shell science being demonstrated at London's Great Exhibition. The country is being made to look foolish, and now politicians are scrambling to respond. 116 is in a Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing. Oh dear, you need to cause in trouble. None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. A special dispensation that prevents investigation at the scene will be annulled legally. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with that scrap metal in no time. Scrap metal now, is it? Until ladies and Long Stronghold. Yes, thank you. Who was that? That was Dr. Courtney Sis, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. She is leading the forensic investigation team's handling of this case. She was just delivering her report about the victim, in fact. Oh, I see. About Mr. Osman. Following the outcome of the trial earlier, asked the coroner office to re-evaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. I can find you in the forensic laboratory. Alright. Now, what were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time. So he's not running quite so spectacular late anymore. I needed permission, but can wait. I believe this is it. Doctor... What was your real name? Not in translation. The Great Ace Attorney... Because I don't even know how to pronounce her last name. Okay, let's see. Courtney... Shizu. What? Shizu? Shizu. Really, Shizu? Alright, Shizu. So, Shizu. In Japanese, of course. That chemical smell really assault the nose, and there's plenty to assault the eyes in here too. Looks as so, the doctor isn't here. But we're here now, so we may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think? What a seasoned tourist you've become, Miss Susato. Could just have a little look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls. Let's see. Why is this no music? Well, look at this. What a magnificent display case. The cherry wood has been polished to high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers really are very skilled, aren't they? You have nothing to say about the skeletons, said Mr. Naruhodo? Susato, you tell that I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case. That's how I cope. We should remember that from now on. Let's see what else. What else? What about this owl? It looked like an owl and crow up there. I know, and they haven't even twitched since we came in here. Well, no, they wouldn't have. They taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruhodo. I was afraid you were going to say that. Been trying very hard to tell myself. I've tried. They just sleeping with their eyes open. Yes, I see perhaps you were wise to put something like your Daruma doll on display in the office instead. I suppose this is Dr. Shizu's desk. I would not like to work in a place like this. Well, I don't know how to pronounce this word in English, but I know how in Japanese, so Shizu. It's very tidy, so, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Imagine how efficiently she must work. The lighting is strong, which is bad for the eyes, and the chemical... Wait a second. Poor lighting is not bad for your eyes. Bright lighting is bad for your eyes. So... he's wrong. And the chemical sound can be good for you, so if you read in the book in low light, you actually train your eyes. And not harm your vision. But if you read in bright light, when light reflecting from the page into your eyes, it's too bright for you, you're damaging it. And in the future you'll need glasses. Yeah. Because the vision will go bad. That's it. So poor lighting is actually good. Not to mention the skeleton watching over you as you work, which is definitely bad for the nerves. Well, yes, also valid concerns, I suppose. And just about cope with one-eyed Daruma doll watching only, but that's all. And especially looking at the monitor with very high brightness, you also damage your vision, so maybe in the 10 years or even less, I will start using glasses myself. Yes, I'm doing this. I'm looking at the light all the time, every single day. Look at all the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals. This one's here labeled highly toxic. It's worrying because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there. Yes, and they actually say salt and pepper on them. Dr. Rowley spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes. Let's go on even when you're surrounded by death. Nothing but a count note. Table and set of sharp tools. When you consider each an isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So why is it that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing? Might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing the large tomb that opens the desk does make me wonder, though. How can anybody concentrate on bookwork with this acrid odor of chemicals in there? Either they have to have a cast iron constitution or really terrible sense of smell. Well, you can get used to it very fast. Those large jars seems to have pale things floating around inside them. How about they fruit liquors or something, like the pickled umeboshi plums we make back home? Father had jars like that in his laboratory as well. Expect their human organs in a preserving solution, only as examples of some rare medical condition. Miss Suzuto, there's some things in the world that it's perfectly fine never to know about, ever. So, as I said, I'm sure they're fruits, liquors, or umeboshi, aren't they? Okay, so she will not appear until I finish speaking with Lord Strongheart, I believe. I wanted to ask you about Kuluk01's actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago. A mass murderer known as the Professor who touched novels and royalty. Is it right? In Japanese, Sir Lot, you've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very accident that gave rise to the Reaper. What? Why? When his brother, Kuluk01's, was murdered, it was just after young Barack had graduated from the University of London and become a prosecutor, when obvious criminals who managed to await conviction in court started disappearing. Rumors quickly spread through the capital. Londoners started to say that wherever Kuluk01 went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind. My word! So, Kuluk01 isn't the Reaper, but the ghost of his brother! Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles. What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before? The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that ever happens, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. I first created the forensic investigation team a year ago, now unofficially of course, to pave the way. Goodness, a year ago? At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work onto the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to approve the creation of full-scale forensic division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly. No, I mean, for too long those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. But London's scum is about to be rounded up and burned in the fires of hell. And then to see to it personally. By creating the finest police force the world has ever known to protect our honor and our future. In those eyes, he means every word. Dr. Shizo is an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially establish and for the forensic division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Mikotoba... Oh, yes, my lord? Your father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan. Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginning of next month. Acquainted with Lord Strongheart? It's Professor Mikotoba, I mean. It was many years ago now, but yes, I remember Dr. Mikotoba very well. If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student. That's the year I was born, so yes, 16 years ago in fact. Mikotoba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jikoku accomplished him as a young promising judge. The punctualness and politeness of the Japanese at that time impressed us greatly. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness and carelessness on your part in any way. You sense it you well. Dr. Mikotoba studied forensic at one of London's large hospitals. St. Sinners, if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Shizu was also there. Then, as it happens. Then Dr. Shizu knows my father, does she? She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly. But I've no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikotoba was here studying his subject for some 6 years in total. 6 years? It's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it? I lived with my grandmother in those years. So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years. It was a rather turbulent time at home. Perhaps father wanted a reason to get away. But I mean, why? Well, clearly something was going on at the time. Oh yes, Lord Strongheart. Go ahead. It's about Professor Harebrain's experimental machine. I'd like your permission to examine their mains, if possible. Are you well versed in science then? Not in the slightest. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently. Well, the special dispensation legally prevented investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. In a few hours, Dr. Shizu's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage, as long as you touch nothing. Thank you. Being able to look at it is better than nothing. And I'll be able to see it too. Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls. We are extremely sorry to have troubled you when you are so busy, my lord. Important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium, you understand? Finally, it's over. So we are going back to this stage. Jenna, we were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Yeah, alright, if it's around here, you can do what you like. That's alright, is it? I'm gonna be playing with my new friend here. Oh yes, look. Machines that explode must be at the top of those stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind... Sorry, you can't go up there, either. So the same dialogue, but it's like I told Santa yesterday, even I'd allowed near the track. Let's go to game. Seriously, it's the same dialogue despite the change. Maybe the ending will be different. Permission. Actually, we have just recently been to see Lord Strongheart. You what? You met him? Last time the boss was called to go and see him. He waited for 3 hours at the Cole's office and came back stealing. Tragic. Well, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene as long as we touch nothing. Oh yeah? Honestly... Alright then, go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying, will be the boss who gets it. He'll never eat another chip again in his life. So, still saying all this is above board, are you? I'm sure everything will be fine. It really would be tragic. Alright then, send the stairs, off you go. Thank you, Juno. Okay. Just examine them to go? Good. Stairs lead up to the experimentation stage. Let's go and see what we find out. Finally. Oh my, so this is the machine. That was used to deceive people into thinking that instantaneous kinesis had taken place. Yes, that's right. Or rather, it was a machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment. What extraordinary lengths Professor Harebrain went to in order to obtain the research grant. And now the professor was strict as well. He didn't know anything about it. Yes, of course. It's amazing though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British. You're right about that. You never see such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure. Oh look, is it Kuluk01's things? So I think we are more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we miss Sato? Already? He is the Reaper, remember? Too well to keep our distance, I think. We have permission to be here, from the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine, as long as we don't touch anything. From the top? Do you mean Lord Strongheart? Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we like. She could have been at the center of the explosion here. It would have bent her steel wheel, wouldn't? Let's speak to him. Least approachable man in the world, winner, 10 years in a row. Be strong, Mr. Nakado. Your country and your assistants stand firm behind you. Lord 16. What? Well... Beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently, Japanese are unequipped to read the signs. Oh, I read them. So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited. Well, the thing is... Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate. On the condition that we didn't disturb anything. And yet you managed to disturb me. Never mind. Steady business then. Just think of it. There are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord 16 about. Not least of which is that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this. Ask away, Mr. Nakado. You won't know unless you try. So, Clint. What's the name of your older brother, I understand, Lord 16? In Nipponese, I always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So, you've been investigating me, haven't you? No, it's not like that. Well, alright, it's a bit like that. My older brother was also prosecutor. He was the pride of the 16 family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us. The professor, I mean. Is something funny? It's the extent of what you discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised. Sorry? This motto it's in? Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it? Too kind. Are you going to tar all Nipponese with the same brush next? So tell me, what's your interest in that historical incident? As it happens, Lord 16, this was a curious case that's come to our attention. Aware of the Madame Rosaic Museum of Waxwork by any chance? I am, naturally. I believe that since last month I featured in one of the displays there for public scorn. The infamous Reaper of the Bay would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he? Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place and held for ransom. Particular waxwork? Which? Wait, you mean... Yes, it's the professor. Mr. Holmes is investigating the case as we speak. I was unaware of that. Stoned as white as a shit. Are the police trying to locate the engineer Mr. Draper already? Sure, that goes without saying. Very keen to see him found as well. Trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier. Which, according to Professor Harebrain, was of a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle. So I was just wondering, I mean, at least it's probably not possible, but I'd very much appreciate any more clues you can give us. Wow, Susato-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns. Fine, why not? I have a photograph of the man here from an investigation 10 years ago. So he's older now. So it appears he already had that black monocle at the time. And wait a second. This cross looks like a D-pod from a gamepod. What? Oh, no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us. We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow. Which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down the short time available. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph? What is it about Lorma 6? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. It's hard to make out, but he appears to be wearing a monocle with black glass. Why black glass? Yes, he doesn't have one single eye. Oh, the final quest for the trial tomorrow. Let's speak because he's actually Kazuma, isn't it? Thank you. Thought in the very first game that he was talking about his, I don't know, twin brother or something. In this case, if he is dead, it will be his twin brother, right? But if he is not, it's him himself. In this case, what business he was talking about? In the Britain. Yeah, alright. Who is this man, Mr. Narhodo? Norman 6 apprentice, apparently. So I'm not the only one. So the sun can see it too. Norman 6. Maybe speak with your apprentice for a moment. With him? Why? Kazuma-sama! Indeed, it's Kazuma? Kazuma? Oh, his relative. I don't believe it! Your posture, your presence. It can only be... It's you, isn't it, Kazuma-sama? I felt something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure. As if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you, Kazuma? Wait! Too late. What's going on here? What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you know the man or something. Well, since when has he been in your care? Don't really recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago. Lord Strongheart introduced him to me about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor. But he didn't tell you why he did here? The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself. He has amnesia? Tomorrow he will appear on court at my side. What? He is to serve as my judicial assistant, on Lord Strongheart's orders. He'll be in court with us? Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course. Yes, thank you. Definitely saw a reaction there. When the sun called out like that, it really seems to hit a nerve. She called out Kazuma-sama. Okay, it's time to check everything. The terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders have bucked and twisted in the blast. And what they called their birdcage was right in the middle of it, just there. Here. Of course it went down. But look, Mr. Rohado, that's metal grill on the floor. Looks as though it's designed to open. It does, doesn't it? If the floor had opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred, the birdcage could have dropped through and disappeared from sight. I don't think there are any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there? Wait a second, the cage is here. This wasn't here yesterday. Really? But if I'm not mistaken, it's the cage in which the victim was standing before he was apparently beamed through the air. That's right, the birdcage, according to what Professor Herbrain said in court, it's made of wood. Or more precisely, Japanese skippers, I think. And despite having been an explosion and then falling from the great height, it's totally unharmed. What wonderful, durable construction, would you say, Mr. Naruhodo? I understood that the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. So they must have brought it back here when they finished their work. But sadly not with the body inside it. No, that's right. No, we were given strict instruction not to touch anything, but still, it is too important. A piece of evidence to overlook, we might need it for the trial. As they took it home, the cage with the victim inside crashed down to the crystal tower. But there must be another cage. You already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, yesterday in fact, at Lord 1's office. I see. And if Kazuma really is still alive, it means that Mr. Holmes lied to us. I know, we're going to need to speak to him about that. You're going to have to leave now. Forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems. What sort of problems? Foreign affairs problems. We could do without it. Alright, we're on our way. Let's go, Mr. Sato. Can I check this page? Look here, Mr. Sato. Oh yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little. Suppose because it fell from such a height. Yes, from the height at which the balloon was flying, down to the crystal tower below. Fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. And the man inside tragically dead. Crashed down with the victim inside, causing damage to its base. In this case, it wait a second, so that it fell down upside down. Fell. So what I see is kinda strange. How did they make a mistake and left his glasses on, which are metal? Don't quite understand. Goldstone? Of course. It's nothing to ask. Again at the sun. Jenna, we were actually hoping that we could investigate the sun again. Yeah, alright, see if it's around here, you can do what you like. So right, is it? Gonna be playing with my friend here. Again. Apparently we can't look around the stage now because the forensic investigation team are at work. Can you do anything, Jenna? In your capacity as a Spectre Lestrade? Look, I'd like to help you out. But I'm just a trainee, aren't you? And nothing I can do. But it suits you, yes. Okay, let's move to what? Check this laboratory one more time. Nobody here. Now this. Still not here. Okay, where should I move in this case? In the suit? Apparently not again. Well, I can go only into prison. What is he doing? Had always had an allergy to this chalk, white chalk. School was a disaster if you actually need to go to the desk and write something. Gosh, how I hated them. I was very glad when finally, when I was start working, they using whiteboards with a black marker. No more chalks. Hate them so much. What's he doing? Yes, oh my, the whole wall of the cell is covered in mathematical equations. He's still writing more now. Professor, sorry to interrupt. Mr. Naruhodo? And who is this young lady? My name is Susato Mikotoba. I am Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor. Oh, if only I'd met a refined young woman like you sooner. None of this would have happened. No, it's not logical. That makes no sense at all. Oh dear. Sorry if my presence here upsets you. I owe you an apology to Professor. I managed to deliver what I promised you would in court this morning. Oh, no. The whole thing, the whole miserable affair, it all happened because I've been such a complete and utter clod. Professor Harvey? What have you been working on in yourself? Radio. What? Makes no sense. You mean that? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an idea scene. Simply had to write it down. The wall was all I had to hand. Is it some new hypothesis? Something to surprise super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe? No, actually, this is my autobiography? Autobiography? I was diddled and fiddled by Albert Hermrey. Thought I can represent my old fortune with only odd numbers in an ambitious set of simultaneous equations. Really? And to have to pay back all the loans I took for the kinesis machine, you see. So it's going to be a new serial publication from next month, part 1 and odd bros and odds unbringen. You can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure. I say, well, for now, would you mind if you if we talk a little more about the case. Yes, of course. Been working through the numbers. I was fiddled by the pair of them, by Asma, and by the aloof engineer driver. I'm not going to have to sit through an explanation of all these equations, are we? Everything I believed in has been turned on its head. The research, Mr. Osman, the kinesis machine, the hypothesis even. I'm sorry to counter this, there was really no other way. No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end, there was nothing worth protecting. It was now my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public. No, of course you didn't. But in court this morning, I released something. If you've done something wrong without knowing it, you've still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference if you were aware of it or not. Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me. Professor. He believed in me this morning, you know. Barak did. He believed in my hypothesis. Well, I think it was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing its case. No, Barak wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it. Did he? I think I understand now why it was that he decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean. After the terrible accident happened, nobody would believe in my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers even. I feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there. So if any other prosecutor had taken the case, it was anyone other than Barak. I'm sure the prosecution have declared my hypothesis complete and utter nonsense. And in that case, you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor. Exactly, which would have been a fate worse than death for me. But Barak instead insisted that I was a proper man of science from start to finish. You think that's why he... I know him very well indeed. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul. What's an extremely kind-hearted soul? He spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he? Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it. What about the whole Reaper side of things? How does that fit in with the kind-hearted soul idea? Do you think he set out to trick me from the very start? I'm sorry to say that seems likely yes. When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He looked all the paperwork written and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. He was so enthusiastic. He was so emphatic. But in reality, he was a mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems. I still can't believe it. And the machine was essentially a set decoration for some stage magic. Probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually. But the scale of it, it wasn't just some small trick. It was a very elaborate feat of deception. Young scientists are full of hope about their Virginian ideas, full of zeal. But none of us have any money. We want to do research, but we can't afford it. In this case, you must actually aim for something that has practical use from the very beginning. Many of us take an barely legal part-time work to try to earn just a few measly pennies to carry on. Go through all of that only to be taken for a complete fool. It's too wrong to believe. It is, I agree. It's why we have to find those responsible and bring them to justice. Mr. Arsman is no more, of course, which lives only as an engineer. Mr. Enoch Drebber. Is he an engineer or magician or swindler? It was about a year ago when Mr. Arsman first brought Drebber to meet me at my laboratory. Since then I've met him many times to discuss details about the Kinesis machine. But at no point did you have any inklings that he was just an illusionist? Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist. What do you mean? He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. There's no question that the man's a genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation. I see. But the wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. Are there no more clues you can give us as to his whereabouts? I'm sorry, we only ever discussed the Kinesis machine, nothing else. Also, just once, I did visit his workshop. What workshop? It was an enormous fabrication laboratory where he constructed my great machine. Why didn't you mention this before? Enoch Drebber's workshop. There's every chance we might find the man there. So you've been to Drebber's place of work then? Yes, just once, you understand? Yet it was an enormous place, plenty of room to construct the Kinesis machine, you see. Where can we find it? We have to go there at once. There's a good chance that we'll find Drebber here. There. Oh yes, definitely. I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this. But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all. I'm so sorry. I was more than half expecting that. See, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there. He blindfolded you? He wasn't taking any chances then. The place was incredible, the pinnacle of modern engineering. Even the oil he used was the very best, a special French machine oil that is impossible to obtain in Britain. Actually, it's another Sherlock Holmes case, I do remember this. But actually, in the story, they blindfolded the person, but the place to which they went was very close to the initial location, like several meters. Spent like several hours moving around, but actually it was just several meters. So if you know where they started, you can find it. The indescribable scent of that imported oil. Perfumers across the world should forget their secret formula and use that instead. Do you think, Miss Soto? Want a machine for your next birthday? I've never used any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. I suppose you know in the part of the workshop's address, Professor. Don't have a business card for Mr. Drebber, for example? Ask a very caution, Miss Soto. What? I'm sure he would never have. Yes, I do. He gave me his business card once. It's right here, look. What? This is it. So, etiquette to the wind, why don't you? Enoch Drebber, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. What about this sign? There's no address. No, well, I can't say I'm surprised. Still, this could be useful. Business card through it shows only the man's name, there's no address. But there's a sign as well. Can use it. And what is this? Oil? It starts much here. So perhaps it's a machine oil. Oh yes, possibly, and we have dough. which can smell it. Professor Harebrain mentioned something about the oil Mr. Drebber uses, didn't he? Saying it was especially imported, very high quality oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Yes, that's right, but more importantly, that it's more fragrant than the finest perfume. So, excuse me a moment. It doesn't appear to have any scent at all. Don't worry, I expect that's just because there's such a tiny amount in here. It's definitely a depot. And on the left, another button. Okay, let's go and try to use this dog. It's possible. About this, Jenna. Yeah, still learning me letters at the moment. Why? What? I only know A to E, so if it aren't too much, you in trouble? Oh, actually, Jenna, it's the back of the card that's important. How come? It's just a dirty old smudge on the back, that's all. Turns out that this is very high quality French machine oil. It's a very particular scent product. Don't say, let's have a sniff then. You sure? I don't smell nothing. No, we didn't mean that you should smell it. Right. You mean Toby? His sense of smell is so good, he can track people over the oceans, can't he? So, our brain informs us that this oil is unique to Mr. Drebber's workshop. I think he's picked up a scent. So you mean, if you follow the scent of this oil, Toby could lead us to the Dodger Scout's workshop? That's right, exactly what we were hoping. Alright then, we'll give it a go. Just borrow that. It's like tons and tons relation to Mr. Sherlock's novel, isn't it? It is. No doubt they had some problem with translating all of this. And releasing in America. And overseas from Japan. Wait, when did you... Once a pickpocket? If I can lead everyone to the Drebber's workshop, I'll be in the boss before next week. Oh yes, Jenna. I'm sure you'll be promoted. Paul Gregson. Right then, hold on, leave it to me. Sorry. We're gonna get going after that Dodge engineer call right this minute. But hang on, someone's supposed to be on guard duty here all the time. But we can't help, we need to get on with our investigation as well, Jenna. Alright, oh well, never mind. It's gonna be me who gets it in the neck. Who'll be the boss. Paul Gregson again. Ready, Toby? Got it all set, have you? Come on then, boy. See you later. I do hope the scent of that oil leads them to that swimmer's workshop. Yes, I hope so too. And then before the dog swims across the channel to France. In this case, what else can I do? Still no hunting. Still nothing here. We're supposed to go now. I wonder. Of course I can check everything, speak to everyone. I mean, show them all the items. Okay, let's see one by one everything. There's nobody can speak to anybody here. Okay. Ready to check everything, isn't it? There's definitely nothing left here. Definitely. Nothing. Okay, so the next turn is here. Definitely there's a lot of things to examine. What a horrifying scene, a murder caught in the grisly act. I know, and in case you were wondering, it's the one with the big knives that's supposed to be the killer. I don't think anybody would be in any doubt about that, surely? And did you know what, according to the description, the best tube at the back has no particular significance? What, really? So it was meant to show that the killer so worked as in a bathhouse, hiding criminal wares. Ah, I have a new theory. Oh yes, the heavy curtains in the middle of the House of Horrors. Towers on the other side of them. You just know it's going to be terrifying, don't you? Same thing in the Madame Prosaic special exhibit. Since you have to pay extra to go inside. No, can you believe that? Paying more money, as if we haven't been scared enough already. What am I doing, Mr. Narhado? That old policeman is in here now, obviously. Still can't believe he just happened to be on the jury, though. Understand that London has a population of 6 million people, and yet you do seem to run to the same people disproportionately often, don't you? That's right. This one's posture reveals his weakness. Sorry? The killer's stance leaves him wide open to attack. I'm quite sure I could see him off with a suicidal takedown, then a suicidal squash, and finally a suicidal smash. Alright. And if that doesn't render the culprit unconsciousness, a suicidal slam should finish him. Suicidal slam? I'm sorry, it's rather hard to explain. Leave yourself open slightly, and I'll demonstrate. Absolutely not. Oh, there's a step ladder there, look. Oh, yes, a step ladder. Sometimes we should let the perpetrators know that someone's left it out. A step ladder, I mean. Something wrong? Why do I feel as though I just managed to sidestep an argument? So there's nothing to do at all, sadly. Okay, move. Oh, the Crystal Tower. I can't believe I'm seeing it at such close proximity with my own eyes. I've been looking forward to the great exhibition, haven't you, Miss Suzuto? Oh yes, when I found out that I had to return to Japan, I'm afraid I cursed my luck. Here you are, back in London, gazing up at the magnificent tower. I know. Perhaps I was wrong to curse my luck so harshly. There's a scorching on the ground that you mentioned. Yes, and there's what's left of the green balloons envelope. Clear evidence of the balloons that exploded on the day of the incident. Professor Herbrain, I do feel sorry for him that his dreams have been shattered like this. Sounds well and truly bursts his bubble, as it were. Ouch, I'm a bad person. Better not try going up those stairs to the stage area now. If we were to bump into the forensic investigation team, it sounds like it could make trouble. Okay. Maybe I need to show you something. Nothing. Okay, what about this? Okay, nothing again. Wasting time. Professor, do you recognize this? Oh, it's Andrea, my faithful friend. How have you been? Are you alright? Nobody mistreated you? Have they? Don't worry, he's been very well looked after. Always rub him with machine oil until he's living. Right. And then when I come to tighten a screw with him, he slips in my hands and I can do it. It's an age-old problem faced by drivel fields. The world over, isn't it? I wouldn't know, I'm afraid. How could this have happened? It must feel awful as well as man losing his lamp. The crystal tower was greatly damaged too. What happened? Must have been that. That? The day before the demonstration, I had my usual meal of frankfurters at the hotel restaurant. What is frankfurters? Is it some kind of dish? It's the name of the town. Okay, frankfurters. A seasoned smoked sausage made of beef and pork. Just sausage. Because it's German? That's why it's Frankfurter? When I paid the bill, they gave me 3 shillings too much in change. But instead of saying anything, I just slipped the coins into my pocket and they're still there now. It's divine retribution for my wrongdoing. That's what this is. Of course not. But scientific, he has some very illogical anecdotes. Long and illogical. What's supposed to do now? I think it was the following by now. Still nothing here. Can I show all of this to Susato as well? How could this have happened? He must feel awful as well as a man losing his lamp. The crystal tower was greatly damaged too. What happened? Must be in the... Wait, is it again? It's totally the same thing about that 3 shillings bill. All this Frankfurt. And definitely it's nothing about Armbrand. Of course not. There's no new conversation. Okay. Let's go into the office, I don't know. There's nothing here. And no one here. Sweaty European performers still glaring at each other across the carpet. I see. In ways they feel like guardians of the Lord Chief Justice Office. Suppose they rather like their lion dogs at guard shrines in Japan, aren't they? It's a bit too human to be called lion dogs. You know that it's a dream of mine to keep 2 cats one day. How? Good, I must say. Good, but right now I'm kind of frustrated. What to do next? Definitely need to speak to someone, do something, check something, to trigger the next scene. Definitely the best part of this game is the court, not investigation in the field. First though, we are gone over the bit of tangent, don't you? Now, definitely instigating something here will not trigger anything. This will be nobody in this suit, isn't it? Even if I try to check around. So... let's present here something. Nothing again. Well, let's show everything again. Also nothing. Nothing at all. And I believe I show already everything to here. Or not? Left your desk completely untouched, Miss Sosato, so it will be ready for you whenever you return. It's beautifully clean. There isn't a speck of dust on it anywhere. Cleaning in my absence, Mr. Naruhodo. Whatever next? Well, I couldn't allow my great assistant's desk to sit there gathering dust, could I? Really, it's exactly as it was when I left. I'm so touched. But sadly, the desk is also exactly as it was too. Well, that's how it should be after all. Oh dear. Forgotten how that clean-cut smile can be so disarming. Well, alright, let's check simply everything that I didn't check. Every single thing. Maybe it will help. I'm so pleased to see all our sea creatures doing so well in the aquarium. Yes, the prawns are still swimming and the anemones are still swaying. Obviously, I've been looking after them carefully. Because I used to drool whenever I looked at those juicy prawns. But not anymore. It's like part of the family now. I don't suppose they ever know how close they were to meeting their maker. Your room there should be exactly as you left it. Still never been inside, I've never been invited. Of course not, only Aries is allowed in my room. No doubt I'll be carrying you to giggling away in there again then. You see, I've been keeping my desk beautifully covered in papers as always. I must study it all up, Mr. Naruhodo. No more excuses. But Miss Susato, the way I see it, all these papers building up on my desk like these are a reminder of my wonderfully diverse, deadly daily life. I like to leave them as they are, so I never forget how lucky I am to have such varied experiences. In that case, you should definitely have a thorough tidy. Then you'll be able to see your papers building up all over again and feel that joy renewed. It's a conviction argument, even so I am the lord here. See, Yodoroma still has only one eye filled in. Well, we agreed that it's something we'll do together, didn't we? You can do it right now if you like. I'll be happy with that. I still like the anticipation, I think, Mr. Naruhodo. You have water gently boiling and stuff, I see. Feels like somehow if I can hear the water bubbling away. And we have plenty of logs. It it's not like we have to worry about paying for gas. It's important to open the window for fresh air when the fire is burning, so you can't keep it closed just because it's cold outside. Could be a matter of life and death. And when it's a freezing winter air, it's a matter of life and death too, if you ask me. Oh well, perhaps a nice cup of tea will warm you up later. I'm so looking forward to making you some tea again, Mr. Naruhodo. You think I wouldn't like, given that I'm not keen of bitter flavors, but it's Susato-san's tea. It's amazing what a little key or something on the side can do. I'd really love to serve you some sort of Japanese sweet alongside your matcha green tea. But I suppose that's simply not possible given how long we will stand here in London. Well, I do like the little chocolates you put with my tea. They go wonderfully. Mr. Naruhodo, you would, wouldn't you? That gives me a warm glow inside for some reason. What about this spade? Thinking back, that spade's been in here since we first moved in, hasn't it? I should have told you before, Mr. Naruhodo. It's not a spade, it's a shovel. Now, shovels are for digging. It's a scooping up loose material. It's a spade. Actually, this one is for digging. No, spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel. The great spade shovel war rages on. It's all a great spade to me. It doesn't matter. So, here there's nothing left, isn't it? Definitely check everything. There's no new conversation, I can present everything one more time. Seriously. Despite that I actually show it. This one was definitely short. If I can skip it, this text, like this. So already I read all of this. Sometimes it can be the same text, despite that you cannot skip it like this. But I really don't know what can I do. Something is still missing. And this was here already. And this river, of course. What am I missing? Three more items. Nothing. Of course, nothing here. The last one. Nothing for the last one as well. Okay. Maybe you returned. Nope, still nobody here. Okay, let's check the suit. I finally managed to remember this behemoth's name, the Great Analysiscope. I don't think it was here when I left for Japan, was it? Oh, is it right? Yes, because it was. With a pawnbroker. Of course. It's given me a wonderful idea. I could pawn everything that's on your desk, and the office would be tidied at last. You didn't joke about it, Miss Susato. You're joking, aren't you? There's all sorts of these shells, chemistry, apparatus, books, paper, and lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heaped up so high. Can't help feeling that the whole lot is going to topple at any moment. Looks as though it might topple, and yet it doesn't. The epitome of Mr. Holmes' brilliance. Don't get it. As it happens, I'm quite well practiced when it comes to stacking shelves myself. Just the other day, the shelf in my office finally gave way under the strain, though. It says so it might topple, and it does. Yes, the epitome of your disarray. I really don't get it. This is Mr. Holmes' famous violin. The one he found being sold for a son at a pawnbroker. Let's call it again. A shoddy something. Oh yes, this wonderful instrument features in The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. It's a world famous Stradivarius. What? Stradivarius, Mr. Naruhodo. Stradivor? Are you even trying now? We'll come back to this another time, I think. I do like this fireplace. It's one of the best things I've seen since we arrived in the country, in fact. Also, I do yearn for a Japanese kotatsu. Putting your legs on the warm blanket table is so comforting. Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't mistakenly put your feet into the fire, will you? Suffer terrible burns, you know. I worry sometimes about how Suda-san sees me. My eyes always drawn to this big metal chest that Mr. Holmes and Iris use as a coffee table. Isn't it where Iris gives you a very important purpose? It is, so you'll think that they treat it with more care, really. But only the other day I saw Mr. Holmes kick it. Oh no. Well, something must have been frustrating him. It's a shame to mistreat the furniture, so was it damaged? She was fine, but Mr. Holmes was doubled up on the floor for almost 10 minutes. Oh dear. It is painful too. Oh yes, Mr. Holmes' curious collection of trinkets from the various mysterious he's solved. It's one of my favorite parts of this room, full of items with such exciting tales to tell. And I do believe he's added it to it since I last looked. Also, there's a mysterious pince nez, mysterious little books, mysterious horseshoe, mysterious biscuit. Biscuit? Since that last one might just be one of Iris' unfinished snacks. Iris' pretty little tea set is set out beautifully as ever. Look. Well, it's only by carefully taking care of a tea set that you can make good tea. Is that a roundabout way of telling me I need to tidy my desk? Mr. Naruhodo, you do everything since at times. This blackboard. That's blackboard if it's green. It's where Iris scribbles down her latest ideas, isn't it? Let's see. Oh, she seems to have drawn a lot of little stick figures all lined up, look. Cheap apples at the market is what all of them say. What? The little figures can speak? All your questions would be answered if only you would read this month's Rand's magazine. So I'm the only one who can't make any sense of this. There's Iris' wonderful collection of medicines, potions, and chemicals. Just look at all the little bottles she squeezed under the shelves. Yes, and there are charming little ribbons tied around the bottles too. But the labels aren't quite so charming, are they? This one reads deadly poison. been so excited about the idea of helping Iris with her experiments, you know? Just try to avoid any battles about deadly poison or highly explosive. If I remember correctly, this large imposing lump of iron is called a typewriter. Seems that every single one of the adventure of Sherlock Holmes blossomed from this very machine. Oh, it's such a genius thought. Actually, I had to go on it the other day. The metal bars that move when you hit the keys got all tangled up somehow, and that made Iris angry. Mr. Naruhodo, you ruined my dreamy thoughts. Please don't do that again. Oh, made Susanoo-san angry as well. Did you check everything here? And made no progress. Okay. Just sitting behind the desk must make you feel so important, don't you think? Would you like to have an office like this, Mr. Naruhodo, with such a grand desk? For me, no, I don't think so. Well, imagine if you suddenly found yourself needing that toilet. You'd have so far to go. How true. Perhaps the important people who work in ostentatious offices like this haven't considered such things. I'm going to take that as a compliment. As ever, the enormous clock is definitely maintaining its rhythmical tick-tock today. Watching machinery at work can be quite mesmerizing. Can't it? Ironically, you can completely forget the time. What I particularly enjoy is watching the enormous wheels of a steam locomotive turning. As a little girl, grandmother often used to take me to watch the railway engines, you know? It's an open fire for me. I could sit and watch the flames for hours. Mr. Naruhodo, you could install one in the office. An enormous wheel turned by an enormous steam engine. Yes, we could start with a simple fireplace. Hello, Ambeirava. Already seconds this game. Nothing. Could read all these books even if you were... Couldn't read all these books even if you were incarnated 6 times or as a bookworm. Can Locke Strongheart really have read all of this? Thinking about it, Father studies full of books that look as though they've never been read too. Oh, really? Peddlers of books are forever pushing their wares on him, you see? And I think he's just too kind-hearted to refuse them. As a phrase was that in Britain, people would say they saw him coming. Makes me wonder if perhaps the vast number of books on the shelves in here are a sign of Lord Strongheart's overwhelming kind-heartedness. I don't know what to do here. That's how it's going. I'm not sure you could afford to have a kind heart if you had to keep Lorman 6 in line, could you? So keep checking all the items around. For nothing. For no reward whatsoever. It's nothing to speak about. Yes, I did on it. I think I already showed him everything here. In prosecutor's office, I cannot even go there. They say that we must go here later, but when this later actually happened? I didn't check something here. But what? I thought that I click on everything. What did I miss? What did I miss here? Executor is already in jail. No, I check everything. What is these items that I didn't find? I don't know. Everything was checked here. Can I only examine here and move? That's strange. That's strange indeed. Should trigger something somewhere. But... But what? No idea. Let's see. Now little office. What wonderful memories I have from this place. Everything we can well investigate. Oh, wait a second, I didn't check his prison, maybe? I cannot examine his prison anyway. It's not possible. I feel we need to spend little more time investigating here, but there's nothing to investigate here. It's nothing. There's nothing to check here. Checking one more time. What can be here? What? I'll check it horizontally. Every single place. Indeed. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. It's very unfair. Wait a second, I didn't check this book! Wonderful. One single missing item. Look at this big, thick book here. It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... Well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. 500? They must be working really hard on dissecting corpses? I don't know, judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. And scalpels' blades can be sharpened too. Does seem a bit strange, you're right. 500 scalpels a month. What could they possibly be using all them for? And that was it. What are you doing? Sorry, William. It's something we wanted to ask you, but you went here, so? So you thought you'd snoop around? That's acceptable to you people from the East, is it? Well, what do you mean? What do you want? Lord Stronghold told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body. Mr. Osman's body, I mean. So we came to ask you about your findings on Lord Stronghold's advice. Very well. If the Lord Chief Justice has given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. When we are done, you must leave immediately. Say any point to reveal, to show something. Just speak. So, you want to know what the forensic investigation team determined from its examination of the stand? The victim, Mr. Odi Asman, who disappeared from the experimentation stage amidst an explosion, and the Mr. Asman who appeared moments later, partway up the Crystal Tower, were without question one and the same person. What? This is it seems conclusion. How? Who disappeared of the Swedish stage. Oh, it can't be possible. It was two different persons. How can it be the same person? How did they prove it? But it can't be right. If it was an elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it was carried out. Let's see. If two people who looked very similar to each other were involved, they could have made it appear as if one single person had switched places, couldn't they? Very true, but sadly, in this instant, that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. The fingerprints at the scene makes it quite evident. Fingerprints? It's not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British judicial system, and we know that actually you can fake fingerprints and copy them. Especially if he used the case, alive before the cage. That one day they will be used as investigative aid as a matter of course. Why, but that would mean that the instantaneous kinesis actually took place. So where does this leave us? My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions. Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, and yet the body did move from one place to the other. This hasn't cleared anything up at all. It's made the whole scene even more of a mystery. Mama, what is this? Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? There's a letter there. Oh. Hello to meet you. Pleased to meet you. Yes, I'm a defense lawyer. Huh? Yes. Can I cut this one up? What? I've never seen it signed in Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like. Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see. Boring. I think I just had a near-death experience. Oh dear, Mr. Narvado, you as pale as a corpse. Then let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. Well, I think we've done all the investigating we can here for now. If we could just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Driver, I'm sure General Little Toby won't let us down. Now then, do you think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Holmes at this point? We have things to discuss, and I'm dying to meet him again after all these months. Yes, it's quite possible he might know something useful. You're right. I want to find him at Madame Rosaic. I believe he was her last name. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxwork exhibit. Yes, Harris told me all about his latest unusual venture. So, what are you doing at the moment, Doctor? Keeping a close eye on things so no impertinent Easterners think they can look around my office. Are there such impertinent Easterners around? How terrible. Yes, you. She doesn't mince her words, Miss Susato. I think perhaps it's Tabby left. Okay, let's left. Here we are again at the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't got used to the place yet. I still like to turn on my heels and go straight home beyond the confectionery, of course. Susan really is up to something sweet today, isn't she? What's the matter? Look, Mr. Naruhodo, look at that waxwork. Why sure it wasn't there before? So looks exactly like Mr. Holmes down to the very last detail. Huh, what is it? So I think you'll find that's a temporary waxwork himself. Oh, the friend of my dedicated employee. Oh yes, hello again. It's Ryonsky Naruhodo. I seem quite spellbound by the great detective. He's a marvel. A precious waxwork is already back where it belongs. You don't mean? But yes, the mystery is solved already. Wow, Mr. Holmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough. So, as you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties. Yes. His habitual duties? Lars? Do not disturb, huh? Poor Susan-san, she looks very perplexed. Can I actually see what is this professor looks like? No, I think not. Where is it? We really do need to speak with Mr. Holmes, and I am longing to say hello again. But where's he? I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually. What? What do you? In it, my dear fellows, it is I, the world-famous great detective and waxwork. So. My most humble apologies. I thought I died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment near London. My dear madam, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty-free deduction at some point. As long as it's not of questionable street food quality. I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Holmes? Only a secret identity, you understand? Though the case is largely solved now. Largely solved? Talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume. Indeed you are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was as easy as verbal pie. So I confess, I'm yet to partake of a pie, proverbial or otherwise, or any food as so far today, for that matter. Its stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum. So how did you manage to solve it so quickly? Oh well, do you remember I said it was largely solved? Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone? Oh yes, it's a most modern invention, allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. Japan only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet. This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork was returned. That's amazing. Just between you and I, it would appear the culprits had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event. But I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no? Yes, I think perhaps the ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive. But does it not mean your negotiation was entirely unnecessary? A fact that I must ask you to keep from Madame Rosaic at all costs. Hungry young Alice awaits my return to Baker Street after all. Oh, Alice. Now then, do I sense that you have some business with this great waxwork? But of course. Mr. Holmes, did you lie to us? My dear Mr. Naruhodo, stay that piercing stare. What is this about? Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship, your words were very clear. So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. You told us that it was murder, and you examined Kazuma-sama's body. Indeed. And wherein lies the problem? We met him earlier today, the victim, Kazuma Asagi. You're quite sure? He was wearing some sort of mask and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure. It was Kazuma-sama. You must have known at the time, Mr. Holmes, that he wasn't actually dead. Well, I can only assume I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere of the moment. But the fellow wasn't dead at all? Priceless. I don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruhodo? I could believe that the crewman present at the time made a mistake, but not you, Mr. Holmes. I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Sherlock Holmes. Great detectives, I want to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Please, Mr. Holmes. Tomorrow, in court, you'll find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that is all I can say. When the process of trying to track somebody down. No? Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. He is a swindler who duped Professor Harebrain and the engineer who built the Kinesis machine. A swindler and an engineer, quite the modern man. He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. But we have so few clues to go on. This is the trouble. Have any good ideas? Have no data yet? It's a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I knew something of the man's appearance, at least, I may be in better position to help. Yes, Drebber's appearance. Fortunately for you, however, recently I have little to occupy myself and little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I should gladly give you my thoughts on it. Okay. Maybe if I move back right now to this stage, nothing will happen. Of course. Okay, let's present you like everything. Uti Osman, yes, a fearsome adversary. She showed the cage, isn't it? Let's photo now. What? You mean you fought him? I once infiltrated his criminal organization in order to investigate the man and his activities. And he saw through my disgust instantly. Still remember what the man said to me now. What was it? Who ever saw such a tall old lady? Old lady? Indeed, but my special disguise hasn't seen the light of day again since that humiliation. Humiliation. Mrs. Miracle is retired. Mrs. Miracle? I would give my right arm to see that. Miss Holmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print? It's of Mr. Enoch Drebber, the face of the engineer of Mystic. Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course. So looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive. Are you alright, Mr. Holmes? Oh yes, forgive me. Very interesting this, very interesting indeed. What's wrong, Mr. Holmes? You turned quite pale all of a sudden. I have a suggestion, Mr. Narhodom. Will you indulge me? Oh well. What is it? As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned. And I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit. So he is Professor? From which it was taken behind those thick curtains. Oh yes, the Professor exhibit, isn't it? Would you like to see it for mere 5 shillings? There's a special one-time only price, you understand? What? The opportunity won't come again, I might add. Would you like to see the fruits of my labor? We do have rather pressing investigation to carry out, as we could postpone. The price is a very reasonable 5 shillings. I think you'll find it well worth it. Are you being quite serious, Mr. Holmes? Surely you need only look at my expression to ascertain if this is serious or silliness. I will never tell with you, that's the point. Very well, it couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings. Rightfully received. So, the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I want you to peruse it at your leisure. Well, the money's being spent, so let's go and see the special exhibit. So it will be Drebber? Through those heavy curtains at last. 5 shillings we've had to pay. Doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Holmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it? No. How? You could ask Gina to retrieve it for us, using her special skills. Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. Is this what makes Britain great? Not to mention demigods, prosecutors, taking the law into their own hands, or cheap line inspectors. Inspector Gaxon comes off rather well in that list, I think. What? Where's his head? Oh dear. I felt a chill run down my spine as soon as we walked in here. So the waxwork was stolen because someone destroyed its head. Sudo. I say we turn on our heels and go straight home via a really big confectionery. Certainly can do that. We paid 5 shillings already. True. Actually, now looking a little more closely, we've paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. The nerve of the great little detective is far more terrifying than anything else in this place. This must be what Mr. Holmes meant when he said the case was largely solved. Be that as it may, Mr. Holmes heavily implied there'd be a clue about the engineer here. Didn't he? But where? Since you've paid 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of an investigation, shall we? Yes, you'll get what we paid for. Is it fear of frustration that's making Cecil's son's voice tremble? Wait, okay. What about this plate? This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real. It seems to be a young man in a white overcoat. Oh, on the left is Dabbler. And he has a large shovel in his hand, too, look. Guess we should investigate in a little more detail. That's quite a large lamp the man's carrying. Or is it a lantern? It's not unlike a Japanese churchin paper lantern actually, is it? Lamp, lantern, churchin. The point is, it casts very little light to be walking alone in a graveyard at night with only this. Well, I certainly couldn't do it. I'm not sure I could visit a graveyard at all, even in broad daylight, to be honest. What a large shovel! He's holding it rather ominously, isn't it? What on earth was a man doing with a shovel in the graveyard in the middle of the night? Miss Susato, yes? That's a spade, isn't it? No, it's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. Consider this, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a shovel. No. Also, you haven't considered problems. We allowed ourselves to be distracted, I feel. Yes, we should concentrate on what the man was doing with the implement. So we're going to bury the hatchet? You're right, no. What was the man doing in the graveyard in the first place isn't the real question. What's this here? Well, this would appear to be a lens in the middle, so... Can I see this sign, which looks like a D-pot? I believe it's probably a camera. A camera? But it's so small. For worms, for vision? In the graveyard? And what, take a picture of them? British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Holmes' skin sprints? I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Holmes' inventions as exceptions to the rule. But anyway, why would the man be in graveyard at night with camera? I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as ghost in film. We'll just borrow this for a little while, I think. What? Why do you need the camera? By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what picture was taken. What's a photographic plate? It's a piece of glass coated in a special emulsion that reacts to the light coming in through the lens. If you open the cover at the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look. Should see yourself, Susanna-san. Your eyes are shining. Ready to do like machinery, don't you? No remarks on this sign. Can't see his face very well, can you? Yes, if I just... Oh, do you think you should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Naruhodo? Put it back exactly as it was, don't worry. What on earth? How can... Don't believe it. A black monocle. Is it possible that this man is... Yes? It's Enoch Drebber. The color of his hair is different, but it's unmistakably him. Indeed it is. Cyborg, Mr. Holmes. And this man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe. Yes, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? And why does the comic behind him have no head? The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. What a surprise. So then the case isn't yet solved, is it? Did I not say so myself? Largely solved, for my words, I believe. And I must locate the missing heads from the suit, as Madame would say, or I'll be in grave trouble. A very hungry idiot still awaits my return to Baker Street, preferably with rations. Do you know, though, something about this room is strange? Strange? What do you mean? Well, the display in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not? Indeed, they are, Miss Susato. Do go on. And as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one... This surely couldn't ever really have happened, could it? I think it's time I educated you a little about the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago. This must be the killer, the fiend known as the professor. Yes, I think so, according to what Madame Rosaic said. He killed 5 victims, all of noble or royal blood. Flux work is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place. I know, it looks like it start moving any moment. Doesn't it? If only it had a head that is. So should examine it in a little more detail. So this is the condemned man. Yes, the so-called professor. Then perhaps his head was chopped off by a guillotine. But unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost. Do we have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Miss Susato? Anyway, I'm sure the model had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see? So perhaps Mr. Holmes absent-mindedly forgot to reattach it? It's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it? Or perhaps the thief absent-mindedly forgot to include the head when he or she returned it to the museum. And that would be an extremely absent-minded thief. There have been some reason why only the head wasn't returned? But whatever the reason, it means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? Something just inside the convict's jacket here. Looks like a piece of broken glass. And quite a big piece too. This is from Crystal Tower, so this statue was inside the balloon? Indeed, so they saw a dead body, but it was actually a statue and head's, well, the neck was broken. But when they went investigating, it was replaced with a real dead man? Oh, looks like. It's very thick, isn't it? About 5 times. So Professor is actually, what, who? Asman? About 5 times thicker than normal window glass, I'd say. Where could such a thick piece of glass have come from, I wonder? Suppose it must have been made thick to increase its strength? But why? Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as in a big building, for example. Well, we've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? And some of the glass was broken too. Don't mean? Exactly as the Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition. Why would glass from the Great Crystal Tower be lodged inside this waxwork jacket? Makes you think, doesn't it? It appeared to be from the Crystal Tower. Early in court, we established that the Canisius experiment was a trick, and now we discover this fragment of glass here in this waxwork. Is it just a coincidence? And what about this number? Nothing. What a wonderful machine. It's blood? You really love contraptions like this, don't you? Oh yes, anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible. Almost irresistible, surely. Well, whenever I saw a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart. That's worrying. Yes, father tells that time by the rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up having a watch. Mr. Mikotowa. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? On the bellows just here, there seems to be some very dark red stains. Yes, you're right. Looks like blood, actually. Oh my. Sure, it's not what you're thinking. Let's lens is extended dark stain. It's visible on the bellows. What is it doing here? Oh look, the car came open. Yes, now there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see? Something wrong? There's no plate, it's been removed. More picture. I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be on the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. So we'd never have found photographic prints of the executed convict coming back to life anyway. Yes, you're quite right, of course. Susato-san, she looks devastated. How's it related to this case, this camera? Don't quite understand. This piece of glass is almost as thick as it is wide. Yes, I've never seen anything like it. If you were to compare it to a human, only Mr. Holmes has such thick skin. There's really no need for such a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know. Anyway, it can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely? Yes, I think so too. It was probably made especially to meet the demands of that great structure. So that's it. Doesn't matter if they're here in Britain or in Japan, reviews are scary. Now come to think of it, this is the first time I've seen a British grave. according to what I read, the custom in Britain is to burn the dead as they are, without cremation. What? But if you do that, you might accidentally bury people while they're still alive. Not sure that would be worse than accidentally incinerating people while they're still alive. So we can both agree that it's best not to be still alive when our time counts now. And what am I to say to that? Oh, CNO. Looks like that's all. Alright, let me take a pause for a minute or two. Be right back. Alright, back, yeah, I have something like 1 hour to continue. Still didn't get to these cards. Wait a second, I'm streaming already for 3 hours, doing just investigation here. Can't believe this. Okay, what about the young witness? So, this is a waxwork model of Anik Dreber. 10 years ago, the convicted professor, having been beheaded and burned, emerged from his grave in the dead of night. The sole witness to this unimaginable scene was this young man, so he was lying about this? From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old. So horrifying. Scared out of his feet, the young Dreber ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what he'd seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight. Yes, as shown in the photograph we have of him, his hair is completely white. Is it even possible to have all your hair white completely in a moment of time? Because to change the pigment, it's like seems impossible to me. Takes a lot of time. Several months. The following few days, the story of what he had seen was on every front page in the capital. The public was frantic for every last detail about the killer to come back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit was even created here at Madame Rosaic. I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white suddenly. But what I don't understand is what Mr. Drebber was doing in the first place, in a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night. Yes. What was he up to? I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, everyone being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty, all were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies. Oh gosh, an enormous hound? How awful. Baskerville. After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand. Accordingly, the professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted. A closed court? So you mean that the professor's identity? As you surmised, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Initially, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Kuluk01's cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affair. So killings keep happening because he rises from the grave. Someone else. The very night that he was buried, the convicted man came back to life. Came back to life? He clawed his way out of the grave ground and emerged into the moonlight graveyard. Moonlit. The exhibit here depicts that very scene as described by the sole witness to those chilling events. Was a witness? But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than the young man in the white overcoat. And a Drebber. So it happened. The professor's acts of terror threw London's upper classes into complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest level of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. Though no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder. As you can imagine the impact the case must have had. But in time, of course, the rumors abated. Okay, he was killing royal family. Phew, a noble plan. To become the next king or something? To show his line? That's why there's no identity of this professor. So, to talk of the shocking witness's account of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlor tale. Hello, Adam. This again? It's already middle of the game. Don't worry. But why did people stop believing it? Why? Simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact. What do you mean by no resurrection? The police investigated the grave in Kuluk01's cemetery and published their findings. Convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution. No. Does it mean Mr. Drebber must have lied to the police and the newspapers? That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. The young man subsequently vanished from society and nothing has been heard of him since. It's rather striking then that he should resurface now, don't you think? The prequels don't go that far. The convicted murderers couldn't really have come back to life. That's not possible. But Jabber's hair is unusually white, and if that really did happen overnight as a result of shock, it's hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie. What? The bleeding Naroda? What have you done? Oh, gone and done. Jenna, what are you doing here? I asked Iris, and she said this is where you'll be, so... So... Jenna, it's a lot in the museum. And Rosaik will have you take a position as a waxwork if you're not careful. Since there might be a more pressing concern. Still had some flesh powder left from 6 months ago, so... So? Regina, we understand, but please, put down the gun. So she found it? Sorry, I got scared. Should try being the one on the other end of the barrel. So, what brings you here, Jenna? Brings me here? What do you think? We found it. We found the dodgy cow's workshop. What? We found Deborah's workshop? Yep. Toby's nose took me straight there. The boss and the others are heading over there, now in a truck. So, come on. Here's the address. I got the boss to write it out. Thank you, Jenna. Make our way that once. Was it added to the court record? No. Alright then, see you then. You go. Don't mind me. I'll just stay here being still. What? I know my place. In the exhibit over there. Oh dear. Someone's feeling sorry for himself. Let's go, Mr. Holmes. You're coming. Your words hurt me, I must say, but if I were to shirk my duties here, Dow would have me pay monetary recompense, and Iris' dinner plate would be empty once more. Forget that. I'll pay for everything. Then, there's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hail a carriage at once. No offer to share the cost from Mr. Holmes, then. Shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Mr. Sato. Right, let's go. Wait a second, you want to say this is a working example here? Or just prototype? For testing. Looks like prototype. That looks like... It's another super high voltage, instantaneous kinesis machine. Indeed it would appear so, though only a prototype, naturally. So yeah, got here then. You know, well done for finding this place. And in such little time, you really worked miracles. It's Toby here, who is a miracle worker. Thought he lot would show up before long. Hello, Inspector. That's one knitted brow. He looks like he's eaten a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips. So, Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer? Sadly not. We didn't find a soul in here. Oh, what a shame. Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us the chance to investigate. According to what Jenna tells me, we only found it thanks to a clue that you lot turned up. I wouldn't wanna say go to Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid now, would I? Thank you. Anyway, if you're hoping to snoop around in here and get pregnant, 116 and the forensic investigation team are on their way here as we speak. Sam again. Mention you've got the picture by now. They don't take too kindly to lawyer types, right? So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down whilst we have the chance. And you, Holmes. Pardon? They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do to lawyers. Very droll, Gregson. Very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model. Right then, let's see what we can find in here. Okay, this one. This is European style quiver of arrows with steel bolts inside. Do you suppose? Crossbow bolts, this. And just the right size for the bow you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds. In other words, yep, that's more evidence to support your theory. It all goes to show that Drebber was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes of the whole scam. Belongs to Mr. Anna Drebber. Sorry, Mr. Norhodal, this machine is covered by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. There would be serious repercussion if you were to examine it from the Crown and the government. Well, those two don't seem to be holding back. It's quite hollow inside, no working parts or devices or deception to be seen, my dear fellow. No loose change drop on the floor, nothing, not even a bone for Toby here, my dear fellow. British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they? Seems it's just this to me, sister. Oh, this appears to be most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? It's an impressive looking back messenger, that's for sure. I've no doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains would soon go away. It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist could wish for no higher honor. Would you like a massage? No, I'm fine, thank you. I had no idea it was such a grand thing. It's becoming increasingly clear that there's much more to this Mr. Enoch Drebber than conjuring tricks. And thank you for good luck, madam. Couldn't agree more, my dear, madam. And how about you, Mr. Norhodal? Wouldn't you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course. Is not going to let that go, is he? It's curious though, isn't it? I expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite mysterious at times. Well, says a trophy. For excellence in science that was found again for a shot. There's a little metal plug here, look. For stirring burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery. Hello, Cloak. Investigating? 3 hours straight I'm just doing investigation. Seems rather ironic, doesn't it? But clearly Mr. Drebber really was a very talented scientist. I was not even in court today. Can I check what is inside? Maybe not possible. This Mr. Pattinson? I hope I will not see him anymore. Wait a second, he must be already executed. No? Definitely he was found guilty. Okay, nothing here. At least I cannot say anything. Him already spoke, I believe. Actually not, but wait a second, there's a door here. What on earth is this? An aeroplane, Mr. Narhodom. One day, scientists believe it will allow humans to fly freely in the skies. Is that how the trick will be described, is it? What, you'll be playing it today? Or tomorrow? Well, it's actually suspended by a thin but very strong cable, isn't it? Definitely need to go offline in 1 hour. But we have a difference in 12 hours. Had you ever started to play at 6 o'clock at the evening? I mean 6 p.m. 18:00. Because right now this night I cannot do this. But in the morning I can. Or 8 o'clock in the morning. But this night it's not possible, sadly. It's actually suspended by a thin but very strong cable, isn't it? Well, this model is yes, but a real aeroplane would actually fly high in the sky. Or suspended from somewhere even high in the sky, of course. Because large metal objects obviously can't really stay in mid-air unsupported. So, to use the solution is ever taller towers? What? That's very funny. What can I see on the top? Nothing. Only door left. This door doesn't want to open. Yeah, looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it. The main character? Which one? In animation? Yeah, indeed. This specialist locksmith on his way over from the yard, so it's off till he gets here. With permission, Inspector, I could have that lock open in less than a minute. Well, you don't have permission. Yeah, it's very typical for AAA projects, because they usually use inconsistencies in animation, gameplay, etc. So if there was such animation, it cannot be done differently for any other costume. I know this for sure. If it was some kind of indie project, yeah, they would fix it. But here, in AAA, it's always a problem like this. If it was a player like this, if you change something, the animation still be the same. To change something, you must provide its issue created in, for example, in any bug tracking system. It will be approved by game design, etc. But no, usually they're not doing like this. If it's optional, that's all. Well, you don't have permission. No, no one's giving it to you. Jackson looked as though he really enjoyed that. Well, there's no sound of anybody on the other side. Jenner must have fled as the first sign of danger. Or not. Is something wrong, Miss Susato? Well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of the door. Well, Jenna, did you hear too? Yeah, or that's and all? On the reckon, Toby? Right, mind the grace. I hope this Toby will not be killed at the end. like it was in the original. Everyone's there, open up! This is Scotland Yard. And he left. Oh my, someone is in there. This rotten bleeding lock. Derek Rexton, as I said only minutes ago. If only it were contents, I could unlock the door in less a minute. Another deduction? A spectacular deduction from Sherlock? Fine, I'll take the rap for it. Just get us through that blasted door. Then, you may enter at will. He's minutes this seconds, I think. Damn is full of the essence, I feel. What are you waiting for? Nothing for it, I suppose. It's an emergency. The strong possibility that beyond the door is the engineer we will seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow. Yes. A bomb? So, is he inside this safe or... Wait a second, inside this cupboard maybe? I can't see any other doors here. What's happening here? So, he's terrorist. Is everything upside down? There no one in here after all. But there must be. It was only moments ago that we heard those noises. Where it was the sound of Jabber running away? There's only one door into this room. And no windows. But wait a second, footsteps on top. No windows that could afford an escape route. Those skylights are too high. Still there's footsteps. What's it out there? Say footprints? Footprints. Doesn't matter. On the ceiling. Here. What heavy hairs then? Looks like someone was trying to burn something in a hurry. So it looks like a set of blueprints. To what? Is it Professor Hairbrain's burning machine, is it? We had this. There have been no need to muck about trying to investigate all the scrap metal. Something great interest here too. His rope was lying on the floor at the foot of the pillar. A rope? Significant about that. Never mind. You see, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruhodo. Must investigate the entire room served there, and before the forensic investigation team arrived too. What about this? It's a very large safe. I don't suppose even Mr. Holmes could open that lock. Also, if you were a thief, could just steal the entire thing, I suppose. It's bolted to the floor to prevent exactly that sort of underhand trick, Mr. Naruhodo. Well then, we'll just steal the floor as well, I suppose. Sorry, but you really aren't making any sense at all. Why? Just wouldn't. Anyway, I think we can agree that whatever is inside must be very important. Why can't I check this cupboard? It's a really lovely model. It looks like just like a real flying balloon. Seems probably staying aloft on the same principle as a full-size balloon using gas. A green flying balloon does have the hallmarks of that amazing deception at the Great Exhibition, doesn't it? Could be that the whole scene was planned here, at this very workshop. There's no denying it. It's their footprints. Yes, it would appear so. And I simply can't imagine how they came to be there. Since a suicidal shoot up or something, like a suicidal takedown, I mean? No Wonder Woman, Mr. Naruhodo. That would make you almost superhuman, I suppose. And really, why always upside down? Like everything. Not safe, I think, but... like it's actually exploded. What? Well, definitely paints are not upside down. Very strange. Almost every piece of furniture is upside down. Even Mr. Holmes' suit isn't ever in this much of mess. No position to comment on mess, Mr. Naruhodo, but I suppose it's not quite the same thing, is it? I mean, it's not messy in here per se, it's that everything is literally upside down. But why? I don't have any explanation about this. Mr. Holmes, have you found something? Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, yes, in point of fact, something rather fascinating. What do you make of this? Let's see. Never seen anything like it before. Looks like a bundle of thick cigars wrapped up in a large watch to me, but Miss Suzuta, what's the matter? That's a... Sure, that's a time bomb, isn't it? What did you say? Time bomb? Sorry, but what is a time bomb exactly? It's really one of a kind, Mr. Naruhodo. Takes it as a compliment. Don't know nothing, do you, Odo? Haven't got a clue what it is have you, Gina? I want you to consult a dictionary later, Mr. Naruhodo. But this particular specimen is no time bomb, so I confess it has a very similar appearance. Well, thank goodness. But then what is it? I see. So that's it. Goodness. Mr. Holmes, have you seen to the heart of the matter? The times when I consider my lot most unfair. So I'm fated never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when the puzzle presents itself. But I've learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Miss Susato. Here we go. I feel a great deduction coming. Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first, that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is a work of Drabble himself. How could you? And the second conclusion is that the small device on the floor lays without question completely genuine. Wait a second, the cage also fell upside down, isn't it? You must explain everything. It would be a pleasure. After all, it's a great detective's third duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade. But Inspector Gregson seems delighted with the idea anyway. And deflected the inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Holmes. Well done. You can, my dear madam, probably dedicate this great deduction to you. Kindly stand just there, Miss Susato. Oh yes, I'll be delighted. So, shall we begin? Once again, Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his logical reasoning spectacular. Flipped furniture. it's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table and chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had until recently been happily positioned on the ceiling before falling straight down to the floor. Every item in the room was on the ceiling? Are you suggesting that? Indeed. Oh, safe code. He was looking for safe code. That's why it's all upside down. The key here is gravity. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the Earth. It's like an really haunts series. Well, I mean, the recent one. It's already not recent. One of those very famous. But the gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normality. Wait, there was behind some kind of floor? The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. I quite understand your skepticism, Miss Susato. I too was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in my analysis was commented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device almost identical to one that featured in a dream of mine only as an Asada in fact. But then why does it have a clock on it? I was around questioning it. It is a timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch. So it's really a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. And the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment that restoration occurred. Yes, the reason why everything in here was being turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. So you see, we need to look no further to explain the state in which we now find this room. The direction in which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Driver before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion sometime later by the timer device. I've witnessed precisely this scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed. Missing engineer will be inside the safe, according to his deduction? Or where? On the roof already? Now let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his action is above our heads. Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? Question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Because the driver's aim was singular, to escape. See you, madam. Thank you for stopping by. And thank you for good luck. However, there is but one way into this room, excepting the skylight that is. By inverting the gravity in here, Jabber was able to fall permanently to the ceiling to make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight and those footprints behind on the way. The ceiling in here is very high, Mr. Holmes. If the gravity reversal was sudden, Mr. Drebel had fallen up to the ceiling. Rather violently. Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. But the man was cornered with no way to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. The rope. To reach the intended destination with a better tool than this rope. By anchoring one end to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. Which explains how Drebber was able to escape this room before our arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun. Nice. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' guide deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. She's completely spellbound. Mr. Holmes, there's one thing that troubles me. I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life. Who is the killer? Do we have him right now? You want to say? Was it present to me? Let's see. Osman's still alive? No, he's dead for sure. You? Rosaik? Rosaik. He was 35 years old. He can struggle the machine for Professor Harebrained demonstration. Or maybe, same as usual, killer still not on the list. Serious, is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean. Let's say that this man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century actually... You can create one, you just need to have gravity higher than the gravity of what actually, well, produces gravity, for example, planet Earth. So if it will be a small, let's see, oh, black hole, being on top of the roof, so gravity will be reversed because it will have higher gravity than the planet. Indeed. Yeah, possible. Just how to create it? I don't know. It's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis. But your whole deduction hints on it. Ah, but my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. However improbable it may seem. It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my more enduring pearls of wisdom. Had others come up with the exact phrasing, the original was clumsy. Yes, I have a feeling I've read it in something that Miss Suicidal lent me once. Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Holmes. The spell is broken at last. The rope you found was on the floor, wasn't it? Indeed it was, in lonely coils near the wall. But if Mr. Drebber had used it to escape in the way you describe it, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall? Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end. Now I think you'll find ropes. And as evidence of such, you need only look at the mystery we face in this room, now skillfully unrevealed. The argument is as circular as the coils of rope. Damn it. Okay, I have 30 more minutes in it. It seems perhaps we might need to give Mr. Holmes the usual little helping hand. There should be some minor corrections. A great detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth. Well, I don't know why you need deduction, because it definitely was cupboard. Yes, you're right. And you must do it quickly before Anna Crabber gets too far away. Well, he can also be in the safe, but the sound was like a cupboard. If you're ready, then let us resume. But actually, he was trying to find the code for the safe to hide himself inside of it. But it sounded like wood. Doesn't matter. Sherlock Holmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. Just doesn't matter. Open cupboard and open the safe. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table and chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had until recently been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down to the floor. Every item in the room was on the ceiling, suggesting that indeed the key here is gravity. It would appear that technology at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the Earth. But the gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normality. The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part. The same gravity could have been reversed in this very room. I find the whole idea utterly enthralling. And Mr. Holmes could conceive of such an explanation, but the man himself admitted it was a scientific impossibility, so... Yes, you're quite right, we must completely discount the idea at once. That's unusually merciless of you, Miss Susato. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he? You are refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices. Yes, I suppose so. Well, let's see if examining this topsy-turvy scene a little more closely reveals some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. And about this ways. Well, I wasn't expecting to find a pretty bunch of flowers in here. That's for sure. Look at that. I know that slender little vase looks like it's about to topple at any moment, but the flowers are thriving. Somehow it makes you think of the fragility of life, wouldn't you say? To be honest, Mr. Naruhodo, something else about it made a rather deep impression on me. Let's use it. The upright waist clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, you've surprised yourself by completely turning my arguments on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps. One is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Holmes, trust me. As you rightly say, though it appears at first glance that all the furniture in the room is upside down, this unassuming slender waist is standing keenly to attention. Unlike the large safe, there's nothing affixing to the floor. And it's the exception that breaks the rule. Sure, much as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never inverted at all. My deepest sympathies for your loss. Poor Mr. Holmes. But the show must go on, so let us continue with our deductions. Now, what we know, this contrivance is not in fact an anti-gravity device. There remains but one other possibility. If I wait long enough, everything will disappear? Or it will stop eventually? Don't say. Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture here. Which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that? Right, and naturally there's an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of this anti-gravity device. He's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it. Isn't he? I'm afraid the lure for an exciting scientific explanation is too strong. Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. Well, if Kuluk will be streaming today, he will continue it, isn't it? Yet again, it was one of the first games on the Famicom, right? That I did play on Famicom. Without any turbo buttons. Well, the only Famicom that I have has no turbo buttons and no slot except for the light gun. And I actually doubt that Hudson controller can be connected to it. I'm not sure. Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. Also, I wanted to buy a Hudson controller, but the new one, and I was not able to find it. They all used. Nobody's selling the new one. So, whoever it was, must have a reason. And wait a second, I don't know if NES Max controller was actually sold in Japan. Definitely it was for America market. But for Asian? Were there any real turbo buttons for Japanese consoles and Japanese games? What if not? What if not a single one? So whoever it was must have had a reason. Afraid nothing comes to mind at all though. Well, let's look around and see if the answer presents itself. Yeah, but turbo buttons definitely were for American market. For NES Max and nothing else, no other controller had it. They had switches, but not the real one. Look, there's something right on the underside of this armchair. Oh yes, save 432582. Let's see. 6. The digital root of this is 6? Yeah, indeed. Strange that I was calculating digital roots even before zeros gave. Safe? As in safe and secure? Because it's a very good way to actually remember numbers. As in security lockable box, I think. Definitely more likely. Also, there's a large safe bolted to the floor on the other side of the room, so yes. So, you mean this number would let us open it? I wonder why it's right in there, no? Yes, the reason why everything is there has been turned upside down. Oh, by the way, not without turbo buttons, but the way how you hold in the gamepad. If it was arcade and how I'm using turbo buttons, and when I was playing Shenmue, for example, I'm holding my hands over it, not this, but that, and you can use turbo in no time. It's so easy. Just hold it differently. And on keyboards, it's super easy to use turbo. Without turbo. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination. Precisely, maybe Mr. Narhodo. So you just need to know the technique how to use it. Because you're saying hard because you don't know it. Also, there's one superior technique how to make it 60. Like if in 60 FPS game, press it 60 times per second. It was saying on Kuluk stream that it's not possible for human, but it is possible if you know the trick. And like I was using it, and imagine many people knew it about it. You just need to use a linear or something. Anything this long if you... like this one. If you hold it against button and do this, it will be 60 frames per second. Pressing on this button. Mechanical keyboard, of course. Of course, it's a mechanical one. So anyway, everything is possible. You just don't have enough knowledge, and people think that it's magic or something, not possible, not scientifically possible or something, because they're ignorant. That's it. Not everything that you see is magic and antique. Just you don't know how it's working. Alright, yes, last year, it's an experiment once, did you not? When I bought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number down on the inside cover of a book just in case. That's it, for people are forgetful souls at heart, and always make a written note of important information. Just keeping the ticket itself safe would be more sensible, I think. And what pray happened next, Mr. Naruhodo? Once the day of the draw came round, forgotten which book I'd written the number in and had to turn my room upside down to find it. That's it, for people are forgetful souls at heart and always forget where they noted things down. Well, for turbo controllers, it's not hard at all. Not if you always note things in the same place. Seriously, it's not hard at all. Well, singing is hard. Actually won the second prize, you know. But I couldn't remember which magazine I slipped the... wait a second. I slipped the ticket and so I had to turn my room upside. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo, but I believe I've proved my point now. Which is that a very similar scenario was clearly unfolded in this room. Finding yourself requiring access to the safe, the occupant of this room needs a combination code. Notice that he'd written it on the underside of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one. Leading to the state in which we now find the room. Yes, Mr. Drebber overtuned all the furniture here. Despite hurry to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe. So he's inside of safe? And wait a second, is it possible to open the safe from inside? Well, it's a modern one, yes, but this is like 18th or 19th century. 19. Now let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Undoubtedly, the greatest clue we have to explain his action is above our heads. Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all over the way up there on the ceiling? Question whose answer will lead us nearly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Well, if I change in the direction of gravity, I can explain it. Then how did those footprints get there? Should we even explain this? Yes, I feel as though that particular mystery has just become even harder to solve. I can't think of any other way to explain it at all. Life was so much simpler in those halcyon days when gravity could be reversed. It was minutes ago, and those halcyon days never existed in the first place. I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Holmes and observe the area in more detail. Putting our faith in Mr. Holmes is what gets us into this situation in the first place. Well, I see this shoe, but so what? Hard to believe, but there's a shoe on there, look. Yes, and there are more footprints on this little balloon too. Perhaps the shoe was thrown up there and became lodged, do you think? So then, judging from the number of footprints, it must have been thrown up several times. would anyone be throwing shoes up at the ceiling so? No idea. It's beyond me, I'm afraid. Seriously, why? The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe. In a close inspection, there are clearer footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never the skylight at all, but the balloon. But for the purpose? A green balloon. It seems somewhat familiar data. It was a piece of green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruhodo and Iris found at the stand. And inside the green balloon that Mr. Gods claims he saw above the stage when the incident occurred was a second birdcage, the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception. You mean to say, if you assume the balloon in here is a model of the one used on the day, there is a strong possibility something may be concealed inside it. Something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. But the balloon's out of reach. That's why he restored to projectile, namely the shoe. Through the Drebro intended to tear a hole in the envelope by sounding it with the shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of those lofty heights. Oh dear, we desperately need to examine the balloon. Only there were some way we could see inside. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. The rope. Oh, by the way, I see that she also has a stuffed toy, or plush toy. To reach the intended destination, what better tools than this rope? Mr. Holmes was managed to bring the deduction back to the rope. Alright, I have to admit, that was clever. So we just throw the rope up in the balloon and then pull it down to us on the ground. It's much easier said than done, I feel. And could take us a very long time as well. True, perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, we already have one, of course, don't we? Yes. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this crossbow? It was found as a sand, in fact, and in all likelihood belongs to Mr. Drebber. And the man had only brought it away with him that day. He could have avoided losing a shoe at such a critical time as this. It's done? So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that Enoch Drebber has hidden inside that balloon? So he stole the statue as well? What's a waxwork? Indeed it is. A waxwork head inside a metal mask. A mask that is shut tight and fastened with a strong and quite imperturbable lock. So we can see the face inside, that means. Just a moment, this is the head of a waxwork model? Does it mean... oh goodness! I see you joined the dots, Miss Sosoto. Excellent. But why? Why do you use waxwork inside? It was a headless waxwork model. Case of the abducted Madame... prosaic model that you virtually sold. It's only the head of the killer was still missing. She saw that Professor will be, you know, Asman himself, but no, because he was still dead. But I believe Madame Rosaic will now have to settle your sensible account with me. This you have now summarized at the head of the infamous professor. Yes, but why is it here? This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the professor from Madame Rosaic and returning it since that earlier today was none other than Anak Derber. This is incredible. Professor Harebrain's case and the Waxworks abduction are the inextricably linked by Anak Derber's workshop. Can I examine this? Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, dear fellows. And so remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure. Still not over. So there's no real face inside, or it is here. This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you could remove the mask yourself. It was put on you. It's a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal. And now it's starting to make me leave it, actually. So Naruhodo, please. I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden, be utterly helpless, and you cannot keep it in your head for too long because it's metal. Your skin will be irritated. Well, yes, that's true, but I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger. Right, sorry. Wait a second, but you still can open it. This is fake. But it's not a skin, so... since there's no head inside. No, there's definitely no head inside. There's nothing else to examine. The architect? You mean Mr. Derber? As it seems quite impossible that he escaped via one of the skylights. Obviously, the man must still be here in the room. What? And his location should be abundantly clear. If you simply reflect on the journey you've made together during this deduction. And Derber is right here, somewhere in this room. So, Mr. Naruhodo, will you do the honors? Yes, of course. Mr. Derber, hiding place must be there. It can be a wardrobe and save itself. Well, I always thought it's wardrobe. Oh, this cardboard. My bad, I saw that this is cupboard. It's wardrobe. But anyway, let's check this. This looks to be a cupboard for cups and saucers, and it's a light. An ingenious hiding place. Is it? Well, when you say cupboards, you automatically think of cups and saucers, don't you? And the clever engineer knows that. So he knows you'd never look for him in there because he's not crockery. So sadly, that seems to be full of only crockery. Well, let's check the safe. Look at all that mess in front of the safe. Yes, plans and accounting ledgers. It was as if somebody was in a hurry to empty the contents of the safe fact. What, so he's not inside? Let's check this wardrobe. If you need to hide, there's no better place than a wardrobe. I stand firmly by that. Oh yes, you had some experience of that yourself a year ago, didn't you? Well, find him in there, mark my words. He'll be curled up in a ball, trembling and hungry. fuck, my whole hand is trembling just thinking about making the discovery. Now mind Mr. Naruhodo, he could be hiding somewhere else, you know? Okay, so he's inside the safe. Before we gained access to this back room, heard noises from in here. She tells us that the engineer was still in the building at that point in time. He was in fact searching for the combination to his safe. And Press for time made no attempt to raid the furniture that he overturned in the process. And hello, Jardesha said. Thank you for the raid, despite that actually I'm almost finished with this for the day. Well, thank you anyway. From which we can deduce that his search for the combination happened very recently indeed. Just wanted to make it to the court, ended here. In summary, Mr. Enoch Dreber. Pokemon indeed? Is at this very moment inside the safe. That concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Done. Elementary done. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide-and-seek, don't you? By opening the safe, you mean? What else? And by calculating the digital route, actually no, the combination is 432582. Let's skip this. The combination was 1? 432582. It's so easy to remember. And use it. Alright then, here goes. And what with his hand as well? You followed me? And actually, he reminds me from the character from Zero Escape too. Very sure, last reward. What's this animation? Indeed, it's the same. Right then, sir. Mr. Enoch Dreber, I presume. Correct. Let us start talking, you trick Professor Hairbrain, with the bogus machine you built. And shall have to explain the theft of the waxwork from Madame Rosaic as well. So I would be delighted to answer your many questions. Personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. Deactivate? Your parcel? That's why he was inside the safe, because there's a bomb here. RFL, of course. To the time bomb, I left it in the most prominent position. I see. Stunned silence. You're all geared up to die with me, then. No. Mr. Holmes, with only 7 seconds to spare. It was too close for comfort. You've got 1 foot in the grave already. Trying to help us get a killer or get us killed. Mr. Holmes' elections can be completely life-altering, can't they? Well, my dear fellows, it was a close shave. The resemblance to an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say. Anti-gravity devices don't exist. I wouldn't push it, Mr. Holmes. The time bomb. Got a death wish, have you? Hiding right beside a ticking time bomb. Yes, why do you suppose I choose to hide inside the safe? It's no alternate safe, it's special design. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it. So, in fact, the safe was the only safe place. Precisely. Once you climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again. I want you to look more closely. Safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within. So it is. I'd always intended to blow this place to pieces in any case. Just wasn't expecting an invited guest to come along and screw up my plans. So how old is he now? 35. Do you mean to say you were planning to blow us all up? No, that was unforeseen. What do you mean? Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. Calculated the time required for retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. But your seemingly endless discourse in here through a spider-man's works. Is something wrong, Gregson? Do you have something in my face beside the usual eyes, ears, nose and mouth? What on earth happened here? You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Everything here is precisely what it seems. Yeah, well, we'll be giving it a thorough going over, don't you worry, Trevor. What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop. That was not expected. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to vote. Whistling? Oh, that would have been me. For some reason, I woke in fine fellow today. No words, just slightly squeezing chips. Here I must have a screw loose though, as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I'd written it down. I also found a rope over the wall. Yes, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So I then set about searching for the combination code to open the safe. And burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Randomly so, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters. And after that, you hid yourself inside the safe. Having first sent this parcel thinking, had no intention of being nailed by the police. By the way, it's so hard for me to pronounce TH sound like the and so on, but I figured out that many people can actually say the S sound and T, and always using TH non-stop. And sometimes, really, when I see the word with just C and S, I also try to pronounce this. Oh my god. I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now. But what about the two incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Hairbrain's instantaneously kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition, and the waxwork model you stole which this head belongs to. It's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the professor. Cladding a mask with a lock so strong I'm unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. But Is there really face inside? I've been considering carrying it around as protection. That's enough. What? What did he say? As protection, after all? What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here. Yes, well, Dr. Shizogin told the forensic investigation team are here. And you know full well this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this Laura access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, we'll be finished. You lot, leave at once. My dear madam, there is no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Shizo? Hello, Holmes. Mr. Holmes knows Dr. Shizo? If it's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sore expression on your face, you're quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell. Get out! But of course, we'll show ourselves the door. I see you haven't softened it at all. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? It would appear that our delightfully entertaining investigation have run their course for the day. But Mr. Holmes? Let's leave this place in the doctor's capable hands. Sid gets out. No! All of you! Presence here is not required either, Gregson. She will be the killer? Understood. But I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for the Slaughterer and his companions, you'd never have found this place, and the whole workshop would be blown to bits. There was 10 bomb sitting here that this lot disarmed. Spectre. Something in your chuckle has it, driver? Oh, so sorry, I didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes, you did disarm that one. What are you? That one? You mean? Nice. Nice. Nice move. It was an hour later that we heard the news of the enormous explosion that rips through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. Caesar Harebrain's invention and all its secrets were blown away forever. To be continued? Indeed. Indeed. Okay, it's time to save and continue tomorrow, I think. I cannot go to the main screen from here. Yeah, definitely. Next will be court. We should continue indeed tomorrow. Let me go back to title. Just don't save because I just saved. Yes. Nice. Alright, let's see who's still online. Who can I rate? Kuluk still not online. Someone playing this game. Of course, there's tons of people who play in these games. Just not with camera. let's rate... No, really, let's rate from someone who's playing this game. Okay, let's see. This one, this is me. This person is with camera, by the way. Okay. RAM S500? Did I rate him last time? I don't remember. Let me rate him. He hopes for police nuts. Well, the problem is tomorrow is Monday and I didn't have enough sleep, so I must go to sleep immediately after this game. So I simply cannot stay, it's impossible. If he streams on in the morning, even 6 AM, so 6 PM for him is enough for me. But of course 8 AM, so 8 PM for him. But this night I simply cannot stay. It's impossible. If tomorrow was like Sunday, Saturday, even Friday, but Monday, oh no. Alright, thank you for stopping by, thank you Jordashes for the rates, and see you next time, bye and good night. My name is Rava.